Yeah. 9 seconds. There you go. Rebound, movers! Box foul! Look at your Come on, get down there. Hustle. Come on, rebound, Tucker. Go, Otis. Come on, Cougars. All right, Lander. You got it, Lander. Come on, in the basket. Defense.
not that okay. How come you didn't know? Okay, is it reading that now? With his phone? For halftime? Good. We only got 6 minutes, so I don't think I would go too far. But... Well, if that cable's bad, that's not good.
Both teams return to the court for the second half of the game. Number 10 for your Victoria Knights will be passing the ball out to number 12, Wyatt. He'll bring the ball down the court. Now over to 10 at the high post. Looking around, tries to find some options. Goes over to 11. He goes down to the lane, tries to put it up for 2. No good. 15 with the rebound. Up again, and it's good.
Number 25, Kelson Juno with the ball. He's going to bring it over top of the key. Throw it over to Lewis McVeigh at low post, putting it up for 2. Shot is no good. Rebound by the Knights. Paul on the court. Number 24. Nope. Number 25.
Victoria Knights will bring the ball down the court. Number 12 has it. Wyatt Griffin again. He passes it in to number 15 at the high post. Now over to number 11 at the low post. He puts it up for 2. No good. Fight for the ball. Victoria Knights get it. Number 1 has it now in the lane. Now over to 12 at the far wing. Looking around. Tries to find some options. Fight for the ball again. Almost stolen by the Cougars. Now over to 1 at the far corner. He'll go into the low post. Puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Kelson Juno with the ball now. Bringing it back down to the other side. Ball intended for Seth Richardson, but ball flies out of bounds. Turnover to the Knights.
12 with the ball, bringing it down the farther side of the court. We'll bring it to the mid-court line now at the top of the key. Looking around, tries to pass it in. Trying to remember the call for that. But number 10, we got a whistle blowing on him. Seth Richardson. 12 with the ball now at the sideline. Over to 10. They'll bring it out. He's at the mid-court line now. They'll bring it down to the close wing. Now over to 1 at the low post. Tried to put it up, but met by the Cougar defense. Out to 11. He puts it up for 3. No good. 15 tries to put it up for 2. No good. Cougars with the rebound.
Lewis McVeigh with the ball now. Bringing it back down to the other side. Going to bring it over down the high post. And he is caught traveling.
Victoria Knights bringing the ball down. Now 11 has it at the close wing. Now over to 15 at the top of the key. Over to 12 at the far wing. Look around, tries to find some options. Now it's over to 11 at the midcourt line. Into number 10 at the high post. Now over to 12 at the low post. Tries to put up for 2. No good. Whistle's blowing on, I believe, on the Cougars. Will be on Cougars number 21, Logan Meyer, for pushing. 12 for your Victoria Knights will be up for some free throws. Wyatt, he puts up his first one, bounces off the rim a couple times, but it's in. Wyatt tries to put up a second free throw, but it's off the front of the rim, no good. Cougars with the rebound.
Logan Meyer gets it, thrown over to number 4's Don Pauly, going to bring it over to the top of the key. And double dribble is called on Sean. Turnover to the Victoria Knights.
Knights will have the ball, bringing it down the court. Number 12 now. The midcourt line passes over to 10 at the far wing. Now over to 23 at the low post. He tries to put up for 2. Cougars get the ball.
Number 25, Kelson Juno with the ball now, going back down to the other side. Going to bring it over to number 24, Lewis McVeigh at low post. Going to chuck it back out to number 5, and it's stolen.
12 steals it from the Cougars. He tries to go for a layup, but it's met by the Cougar defense. Out to 10 at the far corner. He tries to put up for 3. No good. He rebounds his own shot, goes into the lane, tries to put it up for 2. No good. Ball is rebounded a couple times, but the Cougars end up with it.
Number 25, Kelson Juno with the ball now, going back down to the other side with some major speed. Low post, put it up for 2. Shot is no good.
Knights with the rebound, bringing it down the court now. 12 on the farther side. He'll pass it in number 15 at the high post. Now back out to 12. He goes to low post, tries to Tries to find a way to put it up for 2. No good. Cougars steal the ball. And
Back to Kelson Juneau. Going to bring it over back to the Cougar side. Going to the top of the key. Kelson going to throw it over to Sean Pauly at close corner or close swing. Ball intended for Kelson goes over to Lewis. McVeigh at throwing over to low post. Put it up for 2. No, shot is no good.
a little bit of a fight for the ball, but there's a jump ball called. Ball will remain with the Cougars.
Number 4, Sean Pauly throwing the ball in. Sean throws it over to Logan Meyer, putting it up for 2, and it's good.
Knights now bring the ball down the court. Number 12 has it. We'll go down to the mid-court line. Now over to 20 at the far wing. Around, tries to find some options. Finds 23 at the low post. Tries to put up for 2, and it's good.
Number 25, Kelson Juneau with the ball yet again, going back down to the Cougar side. Going to throw it over to Lewis McVeigh, going to high post. Puts it up for 2. Shot is no good. Struggle for the ball.
And 10 will bring it down the opposite side of the court for your Victoria Knights. He'll go down to the high post. Goes over to 20 at the close wing. He tries to put it up for 3. No good. Cougars with the ball.
Lewis throwing it over to Kelson, bringing it back down to Cougar side. Going to throw it now to Sean Pauly at the far wing, throwing it in.
Victoria Knights steal the ball. It's going out of the court. Cougars steal it right back.
Number 24, Lewis McVeigh with the ball now. Going to chuck it over to Kelson Juneau at the top of the key. Back over to Lewis at the far wing. Now to Kelson at low post. Ball goes out of bounds, and it will remain with the Cougars. Not Lewis, but Kelson Juneau throwing the ball over to Ian Hazelhorse. Going to throw it now over to number 2, Aiden George. Back out to Kelson at far wing, going into low post. Puts it up for 2, and there's a call on the court.
Will be on the Victoria Knights, number 15, Cody Schmidberger. He'll get caught with a push.
Yeah, Kelson Juneau throwing the ball back in over to Logan Meyer, putting it up for 2. Shot is good for 2.
Victoria now with the ball with 2 minutes and 56 seconds left in the third quarter. Wyatt looking for some options. Finds 10 at the far wing. He puts it up for 3 and sinks it. Cougars now with the ball.
Kelson Juneau with the ball now, going back to the Cougar side. 2 minutes and 35 on the clock. Kelson hands it off to Aiden at close wing, throwing it over to Lewis at top of the key, going to high post. Back out to Lewis at close corner, putting it up for 2. Shot is no good. Kelson rebounding his own shot. And looks like there's a jump ball called. Turnover to the Knights.
Knights will have the ball at the baseline, passing it into number 12 now. Wyatt will bring the ball down now over to 20 at the close wing, up to 23 at the high post, my bad. 12 at the far wing, now over to 20 at the close wing. He puts it up for 3, no good. Cougars with the rebound.
Logan Meyer thrown over to Kelson Juneau, bringing it back down to the other side. Kelson going to the top of the key, thrown over to Lewis at far wing, hands it back off to Kelson, going down to low post, puts it up for 2. Shot is barely good. No good.
Victoria Knights chuck the ball clear down the court, try to put it up for 2. Cougars get the rebound, though.
Lewis McVeigh with the ball, bringing it back down to the other side. Going to top of the key. Ball goes over to Aiden, but slips out of his hands and goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Knights.
Knights now bringing the ball down the court. 12 has it. They'll bring it down to the farther side of the court. Now over to 20 at the close wing. Looking around, try to find some option. Goes down to the corner. Back up to the wing. Try to chuck it to another player, but it ends up at 10 at the far corner. He puts it up for 3 and sinks it, and it's good.
Lewis McVeigh going to throw the ball in over to number 21, Logan Meyer. Back to Lewis, going down to the Cougars side. Throwing it back over to Logan at the far wing. Throwing it over to Ian, but the ball is snapped out of his hand.
Victoria's chucked the ball down to 23 at the low post. He puts it up for 2, and it's good. Fighting for the ball a little bit, but Victoria will end up with it. 12 now has it, bringing it down to the close wing. Now over to the top of the key. Now over to 20 at the far wing. 45 seconds left in the third quarter. Now over to 23 in the lane. He puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Lewis McVeigh thrown over to Logan. Back to Lewis, going down to the Cougars side. Lewis going to throw it over to Logan now at the far wing. Thrown over to Memphis Jensen at the top of the high post. Back to Logan, going into the low post. Puts it up for 2. No good.
Ball bounces out of the backboard with Victoria now getting the rebound. 10 has it at the top of the key. We'll pass it over to 12 at the far wing. Now bring it down to the corner. They'll go over to 20 at the opposite corner. He puts it up for 3, no good. Victoria with the rebound. 15 puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Lewis McVeigh throwing the ball over to Memphis Jensen. Lewis is going to do a long shot, but no good.
And that is the buzzer at the end of the third quarter. Your Otis-Bison Cougars 17, Victoria Knights 44.
Lewis McVeigh will be throwing the ball back in for the Cougars. Ball goes over to number 13, Lander Blackburn, going to go back to the Cougars side. Lander throws it over to Lewis at the close wing, hands it off to Aiden George. Aiden's going to throw it back out to Lewis at close wing as well. Throw it over to Ian Hazelhorst at low post. No good.
Victoria Knights shoot the ball down the court. Now 11 has it, does a layup, puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Number 24, Lewis McVeigh with the ball now, going back down to the other side of the court. Going to high post. Low mid post, puts it up for 2. Shot is no good.
Knights now with the ball. 24 has it, bringing it down the farther side of the court. Wesley will bring it over to 11 at the close wing. Now over to 15 at the high post. He puts it up for 2, no good. A little bit of a fight for the ball, but the Cougars end up with it.
Number 2, Aiden George gets the ball over to Ian. Now back to over to Lander, going into high post. Puts it up, put the ball up for 2, and it's good.
Knights now with the ball. 24 has it now at the farther side of the court. 11 will bring it down and put it up for 3 at the close wing. No good. He rebounds his own ball. 24 has it now at the far wing. Now over to 45 at the low post. He puts it up for 2 off the back of the rim, and no good. Cougars with the rebound.
Number 40, not 40, number 24, Lewis McVeigh with the ball. Going to bring it back down at high post. Thrown over to Ian Hazelhorst at mid post. Puts it up for 2. Shot is no good. Ball goes out of bounds against the Knights. And the ball will be with the Cougars. Number 4, Sean Pauly, will be throwing the ball back in for the Cougars. Goes over to Landon Blackburn, and now over to Sean Pauly. Sean puts the ball up for 3. Shot is no good.
Victoria now with the rebound. 23 has it. Now over to 24. He'll bring it down the court. Will be at the farther side of the court. Now over to 11 at the close wing. Over to 24 at the far wing. Over to 23 at the far corner. He puts it up for 3, and it gets stuck between the rim and the backboard. Victoria jumps up, knocks it out of the... gets it unstuck. And they will have it at the baseline. Number 11 down there, Jeb Miter. 15 will bring it in. Now over to 11 at the close wing. Now over to 24 at the far wing. Back over to 11. He puts it up for 3. Off the back of the rim again. No good. Victoria Knights get the rebound. 23 has it now at the close corner. He tries to put it up for 3. Goes wide. 24 will have it at the far corner, but it's met by the Cougar defense. And the Cougars steal the ball.
Kelson with the ball, thrown over to Seth. Back to Kelson, going down the low post, puts it up for 2. Shot is no good.
A little bit of a fight for the ball, but it will go out on the Victoria defense.
Number 5, Ian Hazelhurst, throwing the ball back in over to Kelson Juneau. Going to throw it back out to Lander Blackburn at mid-post. Tries to put it up for 2, but number 23, Ethan, knocks the ball out of bounds. Number 10, Seth Richardson, will be throwing the ball back in. Over to Lewis McVeigh at low post, puts it up for 2. Shot is no good.
I believe that'll be on white, number 23, Ethan Von Linton.
Seth Richardson throwing the ball in yet again, throwing over to Sean Pauly at close swing. Back to Seth, put it up for 2, no good.
Victoria steals the ball from the Cougars, and 24 will have it, bring it down the court now. They'll bring it to the top of the key, now over to 23 at the close wing. He'll try to dribble into low post, but ends up with the Cougar defense. 23 goes back out to the wing and tries to put it up for 3, no good. Cougars steal the ball.
Seth with the rebound, going down the high post, thrown over to Sean, put it up for 2. Shot is no good.
Cougars grip onto the ball and try to rip it from Victoria's hands, but a jump ball is called. Turn over to Victoria. Check that. Otis-Bison will have the ball.
Number 10, Seth Richardson, throwing it in over to Landon Blackburn. Going in at low post, puts it up for 2. Shot is no good.
Jory getting the ball at the corner. Now over to 23. He'll bring it down the court. He'll go to the farther side, now at the far wing. Over to 55 at the 3-throw line. Over to 24 at the close wing. He puts it up for 3. No good. Fight for the ball. And it goes out of the court. Turn over to the Cougars.
Lewis McVeigh throwing it in over to Kelson Juneau, bringing it back down to the Cougars team, the Cougars side. Kelson going top of the key, hand it off to Landon Blackburn, also going into the high post, put it up for 2. Shot is good for 2.
Victoria now with the ball. 24 has it, bringing it down the court. Now over to 55 at the 3-throw line. Over to 24 at the close wing. Over to 45 at the low post. Over to 25 at the far wing. Back over to 23 at the far wing. They'll dribble it around a little bit, trying to find some options. Over to 25 at the far corner. Cougars grip the ball. And be on 24 for your Cougars, Lewis McVeigh. I believe he'll get a hand check. Victoria Knights now with the ball. 25 has it at the baseline. Into 23 at the far wing. Over to 55 at the 3-throw line. He tries to put it up for 2. No good. A little bit of a struggle for the ball, but 24 will end up with it at the close wing. He tries to put up for three. Cougars with the rebound.
Yeah, Kelson Juno with the ball now, going down back to the Cougar side. Hands it off to Seth Richardson, a close wing. Seth going to dribble it around over to low post, puts it up for two, but no good. Kelson with the rebound, thrown over to Lewis McVeigh, put it up for two from the high post, no good. Ball goes out of bounds against the Cougars, and it's a turnover to the Knights.
Knights now with the ball. 24 has it, bringing it down the court. He'll bring it to the far poster side. He's now at the close wing. Over to 23 at the mid post, passing around to 25 at the far wing. He tries to put it up for three, no good. Victoria tries to get a rebound, but a whistle is blown. Be on number 15 for your Cougars. Or 25, I'm going to say.
Kelson Juno.
23 for your Knights. Ethan Von Lintel. He'll try to put up his first free throw, and it's no good. Ethan puts up his second free throw, and it's good.
Landon Blackburn throws over to Sean, back over to Kelson, bringing it back down to the Cougars side. Going to the top of the key, now far wing, high post, mid post now, going to hand it off to Aiden George. Over to Sean, now back over to Lewis McVeigh at low post, puts it up for two. Shot is no good. There's a call on the court.
It'll be on number 55 for your Victoria Knights, Zachary, Maskey. He will be caught with a shove.
Number 24, Lewis McVeigh, puts up his first shot. Shot is no good. Lewis will have another opportunity for another point for his team. Second shot is up, and it is good for a Cougar point.
Knights now with the ball, bringing it down the court. 24 doing some fancy footwork. He'll pass it off to 23 at the close wing. Now over to 45 at the low post. Puts it up for two. No good. Fight for the ball. I believe that will remain with Victoria. Knights with the ball at the baseline. 25 will pass it in to 24 at the close wing. Back up to 25 at the close corner. He tries to put it up for three. No good. Rebounded a couple times, but the Cougars end up with it.
Landon Blackburn getting over to, trying to throw it over to Sean, but doesn't quite reach his hand and goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Knights.
Knights with the ball again, bringing it down the court. 24 has it now at the top of the key. Now stolen by the Cougars.
Landon Blackburn getting the steal, puts it up for two at mid post. No good.
Cougars trying. Victoria Knights bringing the ball down. Over 23 will bring it down to the farther wing. Now over to 25 at the far corner. He tries to put it up for three. No good. Cougars with the ball.
Landon Blackburn getting with the ball. Two shot is no good.
Fight for the ball, and a jump ball is called. Cougars will get the jump ball.
Number 10, Seth Richardson will be throwing the ball in over to Sean Pauley at far wing, putting it up for three, and it's good.
The Knights now bringing the ball down the court. 24 has it. He'll try to pass it in, but the Cougars steal it.
Kelson Juno throwing the ball over to Seth Richardson at low post, and it's good for two.
Knights now back with the ball. 24 almost getting it stolen out of his hand. Passing now over to 23. He'll bring it down to the farther side of the court. Now at the far wing. Into 25 at the low post. Puts it up for two. Off the rim. No good. Cougars steal the ball.
Seth Richardson with the ball. Running it down with some speed. Puts it up for two. Shot is no good.
Knights now with the ball. 23 will bring it down the farther side of the court. Does a layup. Tries to put it up for two. No good. Rebounded a couple times by the Knights. Fight for the ball. Out of the court and over to the Cougars.
Minute and 12 seconds left on the clock. Number 14, Memphis Jensen throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Ball is in to Seth Richardson, going back down to the other side. Seth going to top of the key. Going to dribble it around, hand it off to Aiden George, a close wing. Back out to Seth. Going to run it in.
Bounce off his foot, and Victoria steals the ball. Almost getting it stolen back by the Cougars, but Knights will keep hold of it. And over to 55 now at the free throw line. Fighting for the ball some more, but 23 has it at the midcourt line now. They'll bring it into the close wing. He tries to put up for three, and he sinks it. 38 seconds left on the clock with the Cougars now with the ball.
Seth Richardson with the ball. He's going to bring it back down to the Cougars side. Going to top of the key, and ball rolls off his foot and goes out of bounds. But it will remain with the Cougars as one of the Knights touched it. Aiden throws the ball in over to Seth at close wing. Thrown over to Ian at low post, about mid post, puts it up for two. Shot is no good. But the rebound and the 2 points for the Cougars.
24 has the ball, bringing it down the court was pretty slow. 10 seconds on the clock. Looks like they'll try to burn it out. 23 can bring it down to the farther side of the court. He's dribbling around, trying to keep the ball out of the Cougars' hands, and that's the buzzer. At the end of your JV boys match, your Otis-Bison Cougars 29, Victoria Knights 50.
At this time, would you please stand, remove your hats for the play of our national anthem under the direction of Mr. Max Pepper.
Over to the Cougars. Destiny does a layup, tries to go for two.
Ball's now with number 12, Lindsay Scheck. We are all confused on what's going on here. With number 12 going over to number 15, Brindley.
I don't know exactly if we're playing a game or not, but I think we are. Maybe?
Zoe Schwint. Nope. Pressing her up.
Over to number 24, Abigail Rodriguez will bring the ball down the court. Now over to number 2. Over to Abigail again at the low post. She tries to put up for two, no good. And whistle's blown on the court.
Calls against number 2, Juliana Dinkle.
Abigail will be up at the free throw line. She puts up her first free throw off the back of the rim and no good. Abigail puts up her second free throw off the back of the rim again, and Victoria with the rebound.
Brindley throws it over to number 5, Emma, who tries to put it up for two. Shot is no good. Call on the court.
It'll be on number 3 for your Cougars, Destiny Mitchell. She'll be caught with a block.
Number 3, Emma Dinkle. Emma. No, that's not it. The 3, or 2, my bad, and it's good.
Cougars now with the ball. Abigail bringing it down the court. Now over to Destiny Mitchell at the far wing. She'll bring it over to number 2, Zoe Schwinn at the.
Is no good. Avery Windholz with the rebound. Tries to put it up. No good. Macy saves the ball, but it'll go back to the Knights. Cougars with the ball now.
We're disconnected. Cougars with the ball now. Hope at the far wing. Now over to Zoe at the top of the key. She'll bring it over. Tries to pass it into Macy, but stolen by the Victoria Knights.
Looks like there's a struggle for the ball. And Knights call for a timeout. "30 seconds.
second.
Both teams return to the court and get ready to play. Number 12, Lindsay Scheck throwing the ball in. Ball goes over to number 5, Emma Dinkle throwing it back out to Lindsay. Now the ball is with Avery Windholz, puts it up for 2 at low post, and it's good.
Cougars now back with the ball. Abigail Rodriguez bringing it down the court. Now over to Hope at the far wing. Over to Destiny Mitchell at the far corner. He tries to put it up for 2, and it's good. Hope now with the ball. We're at the close wing. My bad. She tries to put it up for 3. No good. Victoria now with the ball.
Lindsay with the ball. Or Brindley with the ball. My bad. It's stolen.
Cougars get the ball. Macy Wilson going for a layup. She puts it up for 2, and it's in.
Brindley with the ball once again, bringing it back down with some speed. Going to throw it over to number 5, Emma Dinkle. Throwing it back down to Brindley Litcher at close post. Put it up for 2, and it's good.
Cougars now with the ball. Abigail Rodriguez bringing it down the court. Now over to number 2, Zoe Schwinn. She tries to put up for 2 at the low post, and it's good.
Number 12, Lindsay Scheck throwing the ball over to number 5, Emma Dinkle. 3 minutes and 35 on the clock. Emma throws it over to number 3, McKenna.
Macy now with the ball, bringing it. And she passes it over to Abigail. She'll bring it down the court. She'll go to the farther side. Now over to Hope at the far wing. Over to Destiny Mitchell at the close wing. Tries to pass it into, but the Victoria Knights steal it.
Avery throws it over to number 15, Brindley. Throwing it back out to number 12, Lindsay. Throwing it over to number 15, Brindley yet again. Tries to put it up for 2. Ball goes out of bounds against the Cougars, and it will remain with the Knights. Number 25 throws the ball in over to Emma Dinkle, and she is caught traveling. Turnover to the Cougars.
Cougars now with the ball, trying to fight it. Jump ball is called. It is on over to the Knights.
Lindsay Scheck throwing the ball in. Over to number 15, Brindley Litcher. Now back over to the 5, Emma Dinkle. Back to Lindsay. Lindsay throws it over to Avery and back to Emma. Over to number 15, Brindley at close swing. Put it up for 3. Shot is no good. Avery with the rebound. Cougars get it.
Cougars now with the ball. Abigail with it at the farther side of the court. Dribbling the ball a little bit, but ends up with Destiny at the far wing. She tries to put up for 3. Off the back of the rim, no good. Victoria Knights now with the ball.
Number 15, Brindley Litcher, bringing it back down with some speed. Now thrown over to Lindsay at far wing. Lindsay's going to throw it in over to Avery Windholz at low post. Back out to Lindsay at far corner. Put it up for 3. Shot is no good. Goes out of bounds against the Cougars, and it will remain with the Knights. Number 12, Lindsay Scheck throwing the ball back in over to Emma Dinkle at top of the key. Now back out to number 15, Brindley Litcher. Over to Lindsay. Over to Avery at low post. Put up for 2. No good. But Emma Dinkle tries to put it up a few times. No good. And there's a call on the court. Ball is up from Emma Dinkle. First shot is good. Emma Dinkle going to put up her second shot. Ball is up. No good. Macy with the ball, going to throw it over to Hope Lumpkin. Now back out to Zoe. Back to Hope. Throw it over to number 24, Abigail Rodriguez. Macy will be throwing the ball back in for the Cougars. Throws it over to Abigail. Back over to Macy. Macy's going to throw it in back to Abby, but it's stolen by the Knights. Number 15, Brindley, my bad. With the ball going to high post, puts it up for 2, and it's good. Abigail with the ball now, bringing it back down to the Cougars side. Macy with it, going to throw it over to Hope at close wing. Back out to Macy. Back over to number 2, Zoe Schwinn at far wing. Put it up for 3. Shot is no good. Brindley now with the ball. Stolen by the Cougars. Abby puts it up for 2 and it's good. Brindley going to throw it back out to Lindsay. Back to Brindley. Going back down to the Cougars, over to the Knights side. Ball goes over to Emma. Back over to Avery. Put it up for 2. Shot is good. 50 on the clock. Zoe with the ball now. Going to bring it.
It was like 4.
Ball goes out of bounds against the Cougars. Out of bounds against the Knights, and it will remain with the Cougars. Zoe Schwinn throwing the ball in over to Abigail, bringing it back down to the Cougars side. Top of the key, thrown over to Hope Lumpkin at close wing. Back over to Macy at mid post, put it up for 2. Shot is no good. Number 25, Kennedy Armin. The ball going to throw it over to number 15, Brindley. Throwing it now over to intended for Avery, but goes over her head and out of bounds. Turnover to the Cougars. Number 24, Abigail Rodriguez, throwing the ball back in for the Cougars. Ball is in over to Macy. Back out to Zoe Schwint. 15 on the clock. Ball goes over to Hope Lumpkin at the close wing. Over to Abby at the top of the key. Ball intended for Macy, but it goes over to Zoe Schwint. Back to Macy at far corner. Layla Kangan at low post. Now over to Hope Lumpkin at far wing. Put it up for 3. Shot is no good. Abigail with the rebound. Put it up for 2, and it's good. Score is for the first quarter 14 Knights, 12 Cougars. Both teams return to the court and get ready to play for the remainder of the first half of the game. Macy Wilsey throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Throwing it over to Hope Lumpkin. Back to Macy. Going to throw it over to Leela Kenyon at the high post. Puts it up for 2, and the shot is good. Lindsay throwing the ball over to Brindley, bringing it back down to the Victorian Knights side. Brindley going to throw it over to Lindsay. Back out to number 25, Kennedy at low post. Throw it over to Emma. Put it up for 2. Shot is no good. Leela Kenyon throwing the ball back over to Abigail, bringing it back down to the other side, over to the Cougar side. Ball goes over to Macy at close corner. Macy's going to go in, throwing the ball over to Zoe Schwinn at low post. And looks like Zoe Schwinn was caught double dribbling. Turnover to the Knights. Number 12 will be throwing the ball in to number 15, Brindley Litcher. Litcher bringing it back down to on the far end. Going to throw it over to Emma Dinkle on the far corner. Back over to Litcher. Over to Sheck. Back out to Kennedy. Now over to Avery. Put it up for 2. No good. Rebound by the Knights. 15. Lindsay puts it up. Or Brindley, my bad. Puts it up for 2. Shot is no good. Goes out of bounds against the Cougars. Number 25, Kennedy, will be throwing the ball back in. Over to the Cougars on accident. Never mind. Knights maintain the ball. Lindsay throwing it over to Brindley, bringing it in the mid-post, puts it up for 2. Shot is no good.
We are sorry for the choppy screen, but we are experiencing some technical issues. We are trying to fix.
Number 15, Brindley Litcher throwing the ball in, puts her first shot up, and it's no good. Litcher will have another opportunity for another point for the Knights. Second shot is good. Macy Welty will be throwing the ball in. Ball's in over to Abigail, bringing it back down to the Cougar side. Ball intended for Leo Kenyon, flies over her head and out of bounds. Turnover to the Knights. Number 12, Lindsay throwing over to Brindley, bringing it back down to the Knights side. Litcher bringing it over to the top of the key. Now back over to close wing where Lindsay is. Thrown over to low post where Avery is. Puts it up for 2. No good. Emma with the rebound and no good. Abigail with the ball. Gets it. Ball goes out of bounds against the Knights. Turnover to the Cougars. Number 2, Zoe Schwint throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Throws it over to Hope Lumpkin. Bringing it back down to the Cougars side. Ball is stolen and thrown into the crowd. Turnover to no turnover, but it will remain with the Cougars. Number 2, Zoe Schwint throwing the ball back in. Throws it over to Abigail. Now to Macy. Over to Leela at top of the high post. Ball is stolen by number 15, Brindley, bringing it back down with some speed. At close wing, going to throw it over to low post where Avery is. Puts it up for 2. Shot is no good, and there is a call on the court. Number 24, Abigail Rodriguez, got a on-the-arm check. Number 33, Avery Winholz, will be thrown, puts up her first shot, and it is good. Avery Winholz will have another opportunity for another point for the Knights. Her second shot is up, and it is no good. Zoe Schwint with the rebound. Going to throw it over to Abigail, bringing it back down to the other side. Going to hand it off to Destiny. Now over to Zoe at close corner. Back to Destiny. Going to throw it over to Leela at high post. Back over to Abigail, bringing it over to Leela at high post. Over to Macy at top of the key. Calls against number 10, Sienna Schmulder. Got a hand check. Destiny Mitchell throwing the ball over to Zoe Schwint now. Back to Destiny at top of the key. Leela gets it at high post. Over to Abby at far wing. Puts it up for 2. Or for 3, my bad. No good. Ball goes out of bounds against the Cougars. Turnover to the Knights. Number 12, Lindsay Scheck throwing the ball over to Emma Dinkle, bringing it back down to the Knights side. Back over to Lindsay at top of the key, going to hand it over to Avery, and she is caught traveling. Turnover to the Cougars.
Cougars now with the ball. Macy Wiltsey with the ball at the baseline. She'll toss it in and over to Zoe Schwint. Now over to Abigail Rodriguez at the farther side of the court. Now back over to Macy. Macy doing some footwork, throwing it over to Zoe. She's at the close corner. Now over to Macy at the high post. She runs it in to the low post. Tries to pass it over, but it's stolen by the Victoria Knights.
Number 15, Brindley Litcher with the ball yet again, bringing it back down to the other side. Going to throw it over to Lindsay at the close swing. Throwing it in over to Kennedy at the low post. Try to put it up. Going to throw it back out to number 15. Brindley put it up for 2 from the mid post, and it is good.
Over to the Cougars now. Destiny Mitchell has it. She gets the ball stolen from her, but a whistle is blowing.
Calls against number 3, Destiny Mitchell. Number 5, Emma Dinkle will be throwing the ball for a point or 2 for the Knights. First shot is up, and it is good for Emma to shoot again. Emma's second shot is up, and it is no good for a Knight point, but Kennedy with the rebound tries to put it up. No good. Avery with the ball now. Tries to put it up for 2. No good. Injured player. Moved from the court.
Macy Wiltsey now with the ball at the baseline into Marissa at the midcourt line. Now over to Macy. Back over to Leela at the low post. Back out to Macy at the close corner. She puts it up for 2. No good.
Number 33, Avery with the rebound. Going to throw it over to number 15, Brindley, bringing it back down to the other side. Going to throw it over to Emma Dinkle now. Close corner. Now over to Lindsay at top of the key. Put it up for 3. Shot is no good. And there's a call on the court against the Knights. Against number 25, Kennedy Armin. She was caught pushing.
Cougars with the ball. Now Marissa has it at the far wing. Now over to Hope Lumpkins. Over to 24 at the close wing. Now over to Macy at the low post. Victoria Knights tries to steal the ball, and it's a jump ball. Turnover to the Victoria Knights.
Number 3, McKenna Wellbrock throwing the ball over to Brindley Litcher, bringing it back down to the other side. Brindley going to throw it over to number 22, Jasmine Miller. That low post now. She's going to throw it over to number 10, Sienna, but she oversteps the ball.
Bring it in, but it's back out to Hope at the far wing. Over to Marissa again. Over to Leela at the low post. She puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Number 22, Jasmine throws it over to number 15, Brindley, bringing it back down to the Knights side. Ball is still with the Knights. Throw it over to number 10, Sienna. Ball is stolen from her. Cougars with the ball now. Put it up for 2, and it's good. Macy gets the point. Number 15, Jasmine with the ball. Or not Jasmine, but Brindley yet again. And she was caught with a double dribble. Turnover to the Cougars.
Cougars now with the ball. Abigail has it, bringing it down the court. Now over to Hope at the far wing. Back over to Abigail at the top of the key. Back over to Hope. Fight for the ball, but it's out of the court on the Victoria Knights. Cougars at the sideline. Timeout will be called by the Cougar coach.
30-second timeout will be called.
Tries to get the ball out. A hand check's called on the Knights. And Macy will have the ball. Now over to Abigail, back over to Macy, back over to Marissa at the close corner. Tries to pass it in, but the Victoria Knights steal it.
Emma Dinkle with the ball now, going to throw it over to Lindsay. Sheck now back over to Avery. Ball goes out of her hands and out of bounds. Turnover to the Cougars.
Cougars now with the ball. Abigail has it, bringing it down the court. Now over to Macy at the closer side. Now over to Marissa at the close wing. Tries to pass it over to Macy, but it's knocked out of the court by a Knight. Number 5.
Emma Dinkle.
Macy at the sideline, passing it into Abigail. Now back over to Macy at the close wing. Over to Leela at the low post. Back out to Marissa. She tries to put up for 2, no good. Knights with the rebound.
Number 12, Lindsay with the ball. Going to throw it over to Emma Dinkle, bringing it back down to the other side. Emma going to try to find her options. Going to throw it over to McKenna. Back over to Juliana. Puts it up for 2. Shot is no good. Struggle for the ball. Jump ball is called. And it will remain with the Knights. Number 12, Lindsay Scheck throwing the ball back in. Emma's legs. And she recovers it. Over to Avery. Goes up for 2. Shot is good, but there's also a call on the court. Calls against number 21, Leela Kenyon. She was caught blocking. Number 33, Avery Windholz will have an opportunity for another point for the Knights. Shot is up and no good.
Cougars with the ball now. Abigail bringing it down the court. Now over to Macy at the close wing. Over to Marissa at the close corner. She tries to pass it in, but the Knights steal the ball from the Cougars. Cougars steal the ball right back, though. Macy goes into the lane, tries to put up for 2, but it is a miss. Whistle's blowing.
Calls against number 2, Juliana Dinkle.
Cougars throwing the ball. Abigail throws it into Macy at the low post. She puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Number 5, Emma Dinkle with the ball now, bringing it back down to the other side with a little bit of speed. Going to throw it over to Lindsay at top of the key. Going to now throw it over to intended for Avery, but goes out of bounds again. Turnover to the Cougars.
Cougars now with the ball. Abigail bringing it down the court now. Over to Hope at the farther side. Back over to Abigail. Fight for the ball.
Number 12, Lindsay with the ball now. Going to bring it over to the close wing now. Going to throw it over to number 2, Juliana Dinkle. Back over to Lindsay. Over to Avery. Puts it up for 2. Shot is no good. Struggle for the ball. 15 on the clock.
Jump ball is called. Knights will get the ball.
There's some discussion on the court, and it will be turned over to the Cougars.
Macy Wiltsey now at the baseline. Nate Jocelyn to it's tipped off by the Knights. Cougars tossing the ball around, ends up with Macy at the low post. She tries to put up for 2, off the back of the rim, no good. Fight for the ball. Whistle's blowing. Macy will be at the 3-throw line for some 3 throws. Macy's first shot is up, and it's in. Macy's second shot is up. It's off the back of the rim this time, no good. Cougars get the ball, though. They toss it over to Leela at the close wing. She tries to put it up before the buzzer goes, but it's no good. At the end of your first half, your Otis-Bison Cougars will be at 24, Victoria Knights 21.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the game. Sorry about the stream cutting out there. Had some more technical issues. Cougars will have the ball. Macy will be throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Throwing over to intended for Zoe Schwimp, but knocked out of bounds by the Knights.
Cougars with the ball. Macy Wiltsey has it at the sideline. She'll throw it in to Hope Lumpkins. Now she'll throw it over to Abigail Rodriguez at the close corner. Out to Macy, but the Knights launch the ball out of the court. Ball remains with the Cougars. Cougars now with the ball. Abigail has it, tries to pass it into Leela, but it goes out of the court. Knights now with the ball.
Number 12, Lindsay Scheck will be throwing the ball in over to number 15, Brinley Litcher. Bringing it back down to the Knight side, throwing over to Emma Dinkle at the far wing. Back out to Brinley, stolen by the Cougars.
Cougars now with the ball. Abigail has it, bringing it down the farther side of the court. Now over to Hope. No, Destiny Mitchell, my bad, at the far wing. Now over to Macy at the far corner. She puts it up for three, and it's good.
Number 15, Brinley with the ball yet again, bringing it back down to the other side. Going to bring it over to number 12, Lindsay. At the ball goes to Zoe Schwint.
Abigail throwing the ball now over to Hope at the far. Now over to Macy at the far corner. And back over to Hope. Now over to Abigail at the top of the key. Over to Zoe now at the close wing. Tried to go into Leela at the high post. Now over to Hope at the far wing. She tries to put up for three. Run for the ball. Goes out of the court.
Timeout is called by the Knights. Full timeout.
Your cheerleaders for tonight is Bailey Filer,
Devin McVeigh, Emily George, and Ava Kenyon. Then Lindsay throws the ball in over to Brinley.
It ends up with Hope at the far wing. Now over to Zoe at the low post. She almost rolls the ball out of the court, and the Victoria Knights will steal the ball.
Brinley with the ball now, almost got caught traveling, but no good. She did not, and ball goes out of bounds against the Cougars, and it will remain with the Knights. Number 12, Lindsay, throwing the ball in over to Brinley. Back to Lindsay, going in for three. Shot is no good. Number 25, Kennedy Amron was caught pushing. Turnover to the Cougars.
Macy now with the ball at the baseline. Now over to Abigail, bringing it down the court. She'll throw it back over to Macy at the close wing. Now over to Abigail at the far wing. Bounces off her foot, though. Back over to Macy now. Into Leela at the high post. Back out to Macy. Over to Zoe Schwint at the close corner. Into Leela. Tries to push it back out. Whistle is blowing.
Number 10, Sienna Schmilder got the call on herself.
It's call hacking. Macy Wiltsey now at the baseline, throwing it in for the Cougars. Now Zoe at the close corner. Back out to Macy at the low post. Stolen by the Knights.
Number 3, McKenna going to throw it over to number 15, Brindley, bringing it back down to the Knights side. Number 10, Sienna with the ball, put it up for 2. Shot is no good. Emma Dinkle with the rebound, trying to put it up, no good. So there's a call on the court. Number 2, Zoe Schwint, got a call on her. Hacking. Number 5, Emma Dinkle, throws her first shot, and it is good. Emma will have another opportunity for another point for the Knights. Second shot is up, and it is no good.
Cougars now with the ball. Macy has it in the corner, and over to Hope. She'll bring it and pass it out over to Abigail at the close wing. Tries to pass it over to Leela, but the Knights end up with the ball. Turnover.
McKenna throws it over to Brindley, bringing it back down to the Knights side. Slip up there by Brindley, thrown over to Emma. Back over to Brindley, going to throw it over to Sienna now at the far wing. Back over to Brindley at high post, put up for 2. Shot is no good. Struggle for the ball. There's a call on the court. Number 21, Leela Kane, was caught pushing. Number 10, Sienna Schmielder, will be throwing the ball in. Goes over to Brindley Litcher. Back over to now Emma Dankel. Put it up for 2. Shot is no good. Litcher trying to put it up again. No good. Call on the court. Number 2, Zoe Schwent, was caught pushing. Number 15, Brindley Litcher, on the opportunity for a point or 2 for the night. 4 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. First shot is up, and it is no good for a Knights point. Brindley's second shot is up, and it is no good as well. Cougars with the rebound.
Cougars now with the ball, bringing it down the court. Abigail has it, down the center. Knights fighting for the ball a little bit, but Abigail will keep it. Now over to Hope, shoots over her head though, rolls out of the court, and a turnover to the Knights.
Sienna will be throwing the ball in. So throws it over to Brindley, making her way to the top of the key. Back to Sienna at close wing, or far wing, my bad. Now to Emma, put it up for 2. Shot is no good. So there's a call on the court. Number 3, Emma McKenna. Brock was caught pushing.
I'll turn the ball over to the Cougars. Abigail now has it, bringing it down the court. She'll go down to the farther side. Now over to number 2, Zoe Schwinn at the far corner, and over to Macy Wiltsey at the far wing. Over to Abigail at the low post. She puts it up for 2. Off the back of the rim, no good. Rebounded by the Cougars. Hope has it now at the close wing. Now over to Abigail at the close corner. She puts it up for, I believe, 3, and that'll be good.
Sienna throwing the ball in over to Brindley, making their way back down to the Knights side. Brindley going to throw it in over to Avery Wendels. Put it up for 2. Shot is no good.
Cougars now with the ball. Abigail bringing it down the court. She'll pass it down over to Macy. Now over to Leela at the low post. She will get, there will be a call on the court. Colby on number 33 for. We're sitting at 14.1, but it hasn't dropped in a while. Leela will now be up for some free throws for your Cougars. First shot is up for Leela, and it's no good.
Number 22, Jasmine throwing the ball over.
Up to Abigail at the top of the key, over her head.
Back over to Jasmine now at the close wing. Back out to number 12, Lindsay tries to put it up for the 3. Shot is no good, and there's a call on the court. Number 2, Zoe Schwint got a hand check. Number 5, Emma Dinkle will have the opportunity for a point or 2 for the Knights team. Shot is up, and if first shot is good for a timeout.
How is it? I don't know how that was 3. Macy now with the ball at the baseline. She'll pass it into Abigail. She'll be at the midcourt line. Now over to Macy. Back over to Destiny. She brings it over to Leela at the low post. Back out to Destiny. Back into Leela. Out to Macy. Stolen by the Knights.
Emma Dinkle with the ball now. Put it up for 2. Shot is no good, and there's a call on the court. Calls against number 14, Macy Wilsey. Emma Dinkle will be putting up her first shot. It's up, and it is good for a Knights point. Emma will have another opportunity for another point for the Knights. Second shot is up, and it is good for another Knights point. Macy will throw.
Now over to stolen by the Knights.
Going back on the
over
Cougars.
to the Cougars. Abigail now bringing the ball down to the closer side. She tries to push it up and over into the net before the timer goes, but it is no good. At the end of the third quarter, your Victoria Knights will be at 32. Otis-Bison Cougars, 32. Cougars now with the ball. Hope has it now, bringing it down the court. Now over in the corner now. Toss it over to Leela. Tries to toss it up over. Cougars obtain the power of the ball, though. Fight for the ball again. A bit of a skirmish there before a whistle gets blown.
Calls against number 33, Avery Windhole. She was caught pushing.
Cougars tried to toss the ball in, but it ends up bouncing off of another Cougar's foot and out of the court. Turnover to the Knights.
Number 12, Lindsay throws the ball in over to Emma Dinkle, making their way down to the to the Knights side. Sienna with the ball now at the close wing. Going to throw it over to Avery at close corner. Back over to Sienna. Going to throw it over to Cougars on accident.
Cougars get the ball. All Macy has it now at the far corner, trying to find somebody to toss it over to. Finds Zoe. Zoe tries to toss it back out, though, and Knights steal the ball from the Cougars.
Emma with the ball. Going to throw it over to Lindsay at the far wing. Going to throw it now over to Sienna at the high post. Jump ball has been called. And it will remain with the Knights. Lindsay throwing the ball in over to Emma, or over to McKenna, my bad.
Cougars now with the ball. Macy does a layup. Puts it up, no good. Cougars try to get the rebound. The ball goes out of the court. Cougars will remain with the ball. Number 2, Zoe Schwinn at the baseline. Zoe trying to toss it in, but the Knights steal the ball from her.
Emma Dinkle with the ball now, going to bring it back down to the Knights side. Back over to Lindsay at the far wing. Going to chuck it over to McKenna at the close wing now. Back over to Lindsay. Over to Kennedy at the low post. Try to put it up for 2. Shot is no good. Blue number 2, Zoe Schwinn was caught pushing. Number 3, McKenna Wellbrock will be putting up her first shot. Shot is up and no good.
Cougars with the rebound. Number 24 will bring it down to the court. Now over to 21. Back over to Hope. Hope's at the far wing. Now stolen by the Knights.
Lindsay with the ball the ball rolls out of her hands and goes out of bounds. Turnover to. Never mind, it will remain with the Knights. Number 12, Lindsay will be thrown in. Back over to number 3, McKenna, put it up for 3 points, and it is good.
Bring the ball down the court now. Mason Wiltsey has it. She'll toss it over to
number 5, Emma Dinkle with the ball now, stealing it. Going to put it over to Lindsay at far wing. Lindsay puts it up for 3. Shot is good.
now with the ball. 43 has it. Now over to Macy. Now over to 24. Abigail, she'll bring it down. Now over to Macy. Over to 43 at the far corner. She tries to toss it out to Macy. She goes over her head, though, and out of the court. Cougars will remain with the ball at the baseline. Macy now with the ball, bringing it down the court. Now over to Destiny. She'll bring it down to the closer side. Whistle is blown.
Balls against number 22, Jasmine Miller. Check on hands.
Macy now bring the ball in. Now over to Destiny. She'll bring it down to the farther side. Now over to 43, Marissa Reaver. She'll toss it over to Macy. Now over to Abigail at the closer corner. She tries to put it up, but it's blocked. Whistle's blown. Marissa will have the ball at the baseline. Marissa now topping in the ball to Macy at the low post. She tries to put it up for two. Tries to... Leela Kenyon tries to get the rebound, but it goes out of the court. Turnover to the Victoria Knights.
McKenna will be throwing the ball over to Emma, bringing it back down to the Knights side. Emma trying to find her options, just trying to run the clock out. Going to throw it over to McKenna, puts it up for three. Shot is no good. Kennedy with the rebound, and there's a call on the court. Calls against number 21, Leela Kenyon. Check on hands. Number 25, Kennedy Amon will be put up her first shot. It is no good. She'll have another opportunity for another point for the Knights. Kennedy puts up her second free throw, and it's good.
Cougars now with the ball. Macy bringing it down the court. Now checking it clear over to Marissa. Stolen by the Knights. It goes out of the court, though. And Cougars will have the ball at the sideline. Macy has it. Knights call in some subs. And Macy now has the ball. Macy now looking for some options. Finds Abigail. She'll bring it down to the top of the key. Now over to the close wing. She'll pass it out to Zoe at the close corner. Now over to Macy at the high post. She tries to pass it around, but Zoe gets it. She'll bring it down to the low post. And then there's a block called on
number 3, McKenna Wellbrock.
And I'll give number 2, Zoe Schwent, some points, some shots at the free throw line.
4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining in the final quarter.
Zoe puts up her first free throw, and it's through the hoop. Point for your Otis-Bison Cougars. Zoe puts up her second free throw. Off the back of the rim, no good. Fight for the ball. The whistle's blowing. Number 2, Zoe Schwent will get the ball at the baseline. Here's fighting for the ball. Pass out to Abigail at the close corner. She puts it up for 3. Over the basket, though, and no good. Marissa now with the ball at the far corner. Now over to Abigail. Over to Macy at the far wing. She'll bring it into the lane. Puts it up for 2. Off the back of the rim, no good. Zoe trying to get the ball. Another whistle is blown.
Number 33, Avery Winhold was caught pushing.
Zoe up for some more free throws now. First one's up. Off the back of the rim, no good. Fight for the ball, but the Victoria Knights end up with it. And they try to pass it off, and slips off of, I believe, number 3's fingers. And it runs out of the court. Cougars now with the ball. Macy has it at the sideline. Into Zoe at the free-throw line. Fight for the ball. Passing it now out to Abigail at the close swing. Tries to pass it back in, but the Knights steal the ball.
Lindsay with the ball now, bringing it back down to the other side. Going to throw it over to number 5, Emma Dinkle at close wing. Going to throw it over to the far wing where McKenna is, and ball goes out of bounds against Marissa Reaver. The ball will remain with the Knights. Number 12, Lindsay will be throwing the ball in over to Kennedy. Tries to put it up for 2. The shot is no good.
Cougars fighting for the ball. Leela has it. There's a push. Colby against number 21, Leela Kenyon for your Otis-Bison Cougars. She'll be caught pushing.
Number 25, Kennedy Harmon will put up her first free throw. Shot is good. Kennedy Harmon will be putting up her second free throw here. Second shot is good.
Cougars now with the ball. Number 14 will bring it down the court. Now over to Zoe. Zoe brings it over to Abigail. Now over to Hope at the close wing. Over to number Zoe Schwinn at the top of the game. Now over to Abigail at the far wing. She tries to get up for two, and it's good.
Timeout was called by the Cougars. Called. Number 12, Lindsay will be throwing the ball in over to Kennedy, bringing it back over to number 3, McKenna. Back over to Lindsay, bringing it back down to the other side. Going to throw over to Emma Dinkle at the far wing. Going to chuck it across over to high post, McKenna. Back over to Avery, puts it up for two, and it's good.
Cougars now with the ball, bringing it down the court. Hope has it. Now over to number 14, Macy Wiltsey. Over to Zoe Schwinn at the far wing. Over to Macy Wiltsey at the midcourt line. Now over to Marissa at the low post. There's a shove called. Be Victoria Knights, white 25.
Kennedy Armand.
Marissa Reaver will now be up for some free throws. First three throws up, off the back of the rim, and no good. Knights with the rebound.
Kennedy gets over to McKenna, bringing it over to Emma Dinkle, bringing it back down to the other side. Emma's going to get it over to trying to find her options, throwing the ball over to McKenna. Ball is stolen, or attempted to be stolen by the Cougars. Turn over to the Cougars.
Number 14 for your Cougars, Macy Wiltsey, will be up for some free throws. Macy puts up her first free throw. It's off the back of the rim and no good. Macy's second free throw's up. Off the back of the rim, no good. Victoria Knights with the rebound.
Avery with it now, going to throw it over to Emma. Now back over to Lindsay. Lindsay's going to bring it back to the high post. Throw it over to intended for Avery, but goes over to number 10, Sienna. Not Cougars, but Knights with the ball. Will still have the ball. Number 10, Sienna Spielder will have the opportunity for 2 points. First shot is up, and it is no good. 2 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Sienna will put up her second free throw. The shot is no good. Cougars with the rebound.
Cougars now with the ball. Abigail has it, bringing it now over to Hope. Almost stolen by the Knights. Macy now with it. Now over to number 2, Zoe Schwint. She'll bring it into the low post. Try to put it up for 2, no good. Cougars with the rebound. Hope has it. Now over to Marissa at the low post. Back out to Hope at the close quarter. Now over to Abigail at the close wing. She puts it up for 3, no good. Ball bounces off the rim and out of the court. Turnover to the Knights.
Number 12, Lindsay throwing the ball in over to Sienna. Back to Lindsay, bringing it back down to the other side. Rolls off her feet.
Cougars steal the ball from it. Over to Destiny Mitchell at the low post. She tries to put it up for 2, no good. Over to Macy with the rebound. She puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Number 5,
Knights now with the ball.
Number 5, Emma Dinkle with the ball. Going to throw it over to number 12, Lindsay. Back to Emma. Bring it back down to the other side. Going to throw it back to Lindsay at close wing. Call on the court against number 14, Macy Wilsey. Check on hands. Number 12, Lindsay, will have the opportunity for a 2-point or 2. First shot is up and no good. Lindsay will put up her second free throw here. Ball is up. No good.
Cougars now with the ball. Destiny Mitchell has it, bringing it down the court. Now over to Abigail. She's at the close wing. Now he dribbles it into the low post. And there's a whistle on the court before she gets there. Be a hacking call. Abigail will be up for some free throws, though. Abigail puts up her first free throw. It's off the side of the rim and out. Abigail puts up her second free throw. Off the back of the rim this time again. No good. Knights now with the ball.
Sienna with the ball. Going to throw it over to Emma Dinkle. Minute 35 on the clock. Back over to Emma on the ball. Going to hand it off to Sienna. Back over to Avery. And there's a travel called on the Knights. Turnover to the Cougars.
Cougars now with the ball. Marissa has it, bringing it down the court. Back over to Destiny. Now over to Hope. Hope. Now over to number 2, Zoe Schwint. She's at the close wing. She puts it up for 3. No good. Knights with the rebound.
Kennedy gets it over to Emma, bringing it back over to the Knights side. Back over to Kennedy. Over to Lindsay now at the far wing. Ball on the court. Turn over to the Cougars.
Cougars now with the ball. Hope has it. Now over to Destiny once again. Now over to number 2, Zoe Schwint. Fight for the ball. And a travel will be called on the Knights. Ball is turned back over to the Cougars. Destiny Mitchell at the sideline with the ball. Now over to Marissa at the close wing. Back over to Destiny. Stolen from her, though, by the Knights.
Lindsay with the ball now at the far wing. Going to throw it over to Emma at the top of the key. Back over to Jasmine at the close wing. Back over to Emma. Emma's going to go in, throw it over to Kennedy at the close wing. Back over to Emma, over to Lindsay at the far wing. 35 on the clock. Lindsay's still going to throw it over to Avery. Back to Lindsay. Over to Emma. Back to Jasmine. Close wing now, going to the top of the key. Looks like the Knights are running up the clock, and looks like number 24, Abigail Rodriguez, was caught pushing. Number 22, Jasmine Miller will have the opportunity for a point or two for the Knights. First shot is up. No good. Jasmine puts up her second free throw. Shot is no good.
Fight for the ball. Jump ball is called with 22 seconds left on the clock. Knights will remain with the ball at the baseline, number 12.
Number 12, Lindsay throwing the ball in. Over to number 5, Emma Dinkle. Back to Lindsay, back to Dinkle. Going to throw it over to number 22, Jasmine. 15 on the clock. Back over to Lindsay. Number 43, Marissa Reaver, was caught pushing. Number 12, Lindsay Sheck will have the opportunity for a point or two. First shot is up, and it is good. Lindsay puts up her second free throw, and it's good for another point.
Cougars now with the ball. Destiny Mitchell bringing it down the court. Tries to pass it over to Abigail, but it rolls off her fingers and over to the Knights.
Jasmine with the ball, 5 on the clock, and double dribble against the Knights. Turnover to the Cougars.
Destiny now with the ball at the sideline. Trying to pass it in over to the Victoria Knights on accident. Knights trying to burn out the timer, and there it goes. At the end of the fourth quarter, your Otis-Bison Cougars will be at 37. Victoria Knights, 45. After this, we will have the boys' varsity game.
Wilson. A 6-foot center, a sophomore, number 13, Lester Blackburn. And tonight, a 5'10" senior shooting guard, number 21, Jeremiah Scott. And finally, for Otis-Bison, a 5'9" junior, number 15, Hayden Morrison. And finally, number 22, 6'1" senior, Leo Schuyler.
Up for your Knights, number 5, Landon Schmidberger.
Up for the Cougars, you have number 11, Easton Juneau.
Ball is up, and Victoria Knights will get the ball. Number 22 will have it. Leo. He'll bring the ball down to the farther side of the court. He'll go into the lane, trying to do a layup. Blocked by the Cougars, number 1. Whistle's blowing. It'll be on number 1.
Jay Cooper-Gardner.
He'll get a hand check. 21 for your Knights will be at the baseline. Jarrett Schmidt. Looking around trying to find some options. Finds number 3 at the low post. He puts it up for 2, and it's good. Over to the Cougars.
Hayden Morrison with the ball now. Bring it back down to the other side. Going to put it up. Throw it over to Jake at top of the key. Hand it off to Riley Pauley. Also at top of the key. And Riley trying to find his options. Going to throw it over to Hayden. Going to hand it off to Jake. Jake going in to throw it back over to Easton. Back over to Riley. Riley's going to bring it back over to high post. Back over to Lander. Lander's going to try to find his options as well. Try running in, put it up for 2, and there's a call on the court.
Be on 14. I'm going to say 15, actually. Cody Schmidberger. Nope, I'm on 21?
31.
31.
No, 13. Both
13, Quincy Pearson.
Lander puts up his first shot. No good. Has another opportunity for another point for the Cougars. Second shot is up, and it is no good.
Victoria Knights now with the ball. Number 22 bringing it down the closer side of the court. He'll bring it and push it over to number 5 at the close wing. He'll put it up for 3, no good. Fight for the ball. 22 will end up with it, though. Over to 5 at the far wing. He'll put it up for 3. Off the back of the rim and no good. 3 with the rebound at the lane. He tries to put it up for 2. It's off the backboard and it's good.
Number 1, Jake Cooper-Gardner with the ball now. Going to bring it back down to the other side. Going to throw it over to Hayden Morrison at the far wing. Hayden's going to try to find his options. Bring it over to the top of the key now. Back to the far wing. High post now puts it up for 2. Shot is no good. Just raises the net.
Knights now with the ball. 22 bringing it down the closer side of the wing. Now at the high post. Now over to 5 at the far wing. He goes into the lane. Puts it up for 2. Around the rim, no good. Cougars get the ball.
Riley with the ball now, bringing it back down to the Cougars side. Hand it off to number 11, Easton Juneau. Ball goes out of bounds against the Cougars. Turnover to the Knights.
21 at the baseline, Jarrett Schmidt. He'll pass it over to number 22, Leo. He'll bring it down the court. Now over to number 3 at the far wing. Over to 21 at the top of the key. Over to 22 at the close wing. Over to 13 at the top of the key. He'll put it up for 3. Off the back of the rim. No good. Cougars with a rebound.
Number 13, number 1, Jake Cooper-Gardner, throwing it over to Riley Pauley at high post. Going to run in. There's a call for pushing. Against number White 13.
Quincy I'm going to say Pearson.
Jake Hoopengartner throws it over to Easton, now over to Hayden, back to Riley at top of the key. Riley's going to hand it back to Hayden. Hayden's going to go to the top of the key, throw it over to Riley at far wing. Riley's going to throw it all the way in.
Number 22 steals the ball from the Cougars, though. He'll run it down now to 21 at the close corner, now to 5 at the top of the key. We'll try to bring it in, but it is blocked by the Cougar defense. Out to 13, now at the far wing, up to the top of the key. Now over to 22 at the midcourt line. Now over to 3 at the high post. Now over to 22. He runs to the low post, puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Jake Hoopengartner with the ball now. Going to bring it back down to the Cougars side. Going to hand it off to Hayden Morrison, bringing it back over to the top of the key. High post now, blocked by the Knights.
Knights number 5 brings it down the court, goes through the lane, puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Ball's back down on the Cougars side. Oh, Hayden bringing it down, no good.
Number 3 for your Knights, passing it over to number 22, bringing it down the court. He'll bring it down to the top of the key, going to the high post, now to 5 at the far corner. He'll put it up for 3, and it's in.
Hayden throws the ball over to Jake Hoopengartner, making their way back down to the Cougars side. Over to Riley Pauly now, close wing. Going to top of the key, high post. Going to throw it over to Lander Blackburn. Ball goes out of bounds against the Knights, and it will remain with the Cougars. Number 15, Hayden Morrison, will be throwing the ball back in for the Cougars. Ball's thrown in all the way over to Lander Blackburn. Back over to Easton Juneau. Juneau's going to make his way, try to put it up for 2, but no good.
Knights now with the ball. 3 does it. Takes it clear down the court. He puts it up for 2, and it's good. Timeout is called on the Cougars.
3 minutes and 48 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Number 1, Jake Hoopengartner throwing the ball in to number 15, Hayden Morrison, making their way back down to the Cougars side. Hayden's going to throw it over to Easton Juneau at the close wing. Back over to close corner where Hayden Morrison is. Hayden's going to make his way to top post. Over to Easton, probably put it up for 2, no good.
Knights now with the ball. Number 22 has it. Now over to 21 at the close corner. Now over to 22 at the far wing. They'll bring it up to the midcourt line. Now over to the top of the key. Over to 3 now. At the high post, over to 22. He goes to the low post, tries to put up for 2. Fight for the ball. No good. Back over to 3 at the high post. He tries to put up for 2. No good. Cougars now with the rebound.
Hayden Morrison with the ball, bringing it back on the far end of the court. Going to throw it over to Easton Juneau, put it up for 3. Shot is no good. No, Blackburn with the rebound, puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Knights now with the ball once again. 22 bringing it down the court. Now over to 5 at the far wing. Into the lane. Now back out to 22 at the top of the key. He puts it up for 3. Off the back of the rim and no good. Fight for the ball. Cougars now with the rebound.
Hayden Morrison with the ball, and ball stolen.
22 now with the ball once again. Out to 5 at the close wing. He'll put it up for 3. And it's in. Cougars now with the ball.
Jake Hoopengartner with the ball, bringing it back down to Cougar territory. Going to go throw it over to Easton Juneau at the far wing. Throw it over to Lander Blackburn at high post. Back to over to Easton. Back over to Logan Meyer. Over to Blackburn. Going to go in, put it up for 2, no good.
Knights now with the ball. Number 5 has it, bringing it down the court. Whistle is blown as he tries to go to the low post. Ball has rolled out of the court. Looks like the Knights will get it at the baseline. Number 21 has it. They'll pass it into number 3 at the far wing. Now over to 21 at the high post. Now over to 5 at the far wing. He tries to put it up for 3. My bad. No good. Cougars now with the rebound.
Jake throwing the ball over to number 11, Juno. Back over to Jake. Over to number 11. Number 3, Riley Polly putting it up for 3. Shot is no good.
Knights now with the ball, bringing it down the court. 22. Now over to 5 at the far wing. He puts it up for 3. Off the back of the rim. No good. Cougars with the ball.
Number 3, Riley throwing the ball back over to number 1, Jake Hooper making their way down to the Cougar territory. Jake is going to throw it back over to Riley Polly at the close swing. Going to hand it off to Hayden. Back over to Easton. Going to hand it back off to Hooper Gardner. Bring it over to number 3. Riley going at the high mid post. Put up for 2. Shot is no good. And there's a call on the court against the Cougars. Calls against number 3, Riley Polly, intentional foul.
Number 22 for the Knights. Now bringing it down the court. Now over to 5. He goes around in the midcourt line. Tries to charge in out the high post. Fight for the ball. Knights end up with it. 5 has it at the lane. Whistle is blown.
Calls against number 10, not number 10, number 11, Easton Juno.
He'll get a hand check. 21 for your Knights now has it. Now over to 10 at the close corner. He puts it up for 3, no good. Otis-Bison now with the rebound.
Number 3, Riley Polly bringing it back down to the other side. Going to throw it over to Jake Hooper Gardner at the top of the key. Going to now throw it over to number 13. Back over to Riley at the far wing. Going into low post. Going to throw it back out to Jake, top of the key. Bringing it back over to Hayden at the far post wing. On a high post. Going to bring it over to Blackburn, top of the key. Put it up for 2, no good.
Knights now with the ball, bringing it down the court. 22 has it at the far wing. Now over to 10 at the far corner. He shoots it up for 3. No good. Cougars now with the rebound. 20 seconds left in the first quarter.
Hoopen Gardner with the ball, bringing it back down to the Cougars side. At a slow pace, going to go hand it off to number 3, Riley Polly at the far wing. 10 on the clock, over to Logan. Ball is stolen.
Knights now with it. 22 bringing it down the lane. Stolen by the Cougars.
Hayden steals it, puts it up for 2. Shot is good, but the time was called.
At the end of the first quarter, your Otis-Bison Cougars 2, Victoria Knights 16.
One. Welcome back to the second quarter. Riley Polly throws the ball over to Jake Hoopengardner, making their way back to the Cougar territory. Hoopengardner throws it over to Easton Juno. Back over to Lander Blackburn. Back out to Riley. Riley's going to throw it over to Hoopengardner at the top of the key. Back out to Juno at the far wing. Over to Blackburn at high post. Going to throw it over to Hayden at close wing. Hayden's going to dribble it around Hand it off to over to Jake. Top of the key now. Going to throw it over to Riley Polly at the far wing. Back over to Hoop Gardner, over to Hayden Morrison now. Hayden's putting up for two. Shot is no good.
Knights now with the rebound. 22 has it, bringing it down the court. Looking around, trying to find some options. Goes to the top of the key, now over to three. He goes to the low post. He puts it up for two. No good. Whistle's blown on the Cougars.
Number 13, Lander Blackburn, was caught pushing.
Number 3 for your Knights at Schwinn, I'm going to say. Puts up his first free throw, and it's good. Seth puts up his second free throw, and it's also good. Cougars now with the ball.
Jake with the ball, bringing it back down to Cougars' side, bringing it over to the top of the key. Throw it over to Polly. Going to run it in over to high post. Put it up for two, but no good.
Knights now with the ball, bringing it down the court. Will end up going to the top of the key. He'll put it up for three. He bounces off the front of the rim, no good. Three with the rebound. He tries to put it up, no good. Fight for the ball. Cougars with the rebound.
Riley with the ball going in. Going to bring it over to high post. Low post now. Throw it back out to number 1, Jake. Hand it off to Hayden. Back off to number 3, Riley at the far away corner. Ball almost goes out of bounds. Stolen.
Knights, number 5, steals the ball. He brings it down to the other side of the court with some haste. Now at the close wing. Now over to 13 at the far wing. And the Victoria Knights call a full timeout.
Both teams return to the court and get ready to play.
Knights now with the ball. Number 22 has it, bringing it to the closer side of the court. Now over to 13 at the far wing. Now over to 22 at the close wing. Over to 5 at the far wing. He'll try to shoot it. Over to 13 at the far corner. He tries to put it up for three, no good. Cougars now with the rebound.
Riley Polly with the ball now, bringing it back down to the Cougars' side. Going to throw it over to Jake Hoopin-Gardner. Jake's going to throw it back over to Easton, back over to Riley at the far wing. Throw it in over to Easton at low post. Running back out the far wing. Going to chuck it over to Lander Blackburn, also in the far wing territory. Going to throw it over to Jake at close wing, over to Riley Polly at close corner. Going at the high post, throwing over to Easton Juno, back to Jake. Over to Logan Meyer. Ball is stolen.
Knights steal the ball. Number 10 has it. He'll bring it to the farther wing. He's looking around. He goes over to 13 at the top of the key. Now over to 22. Over to 13 at the close wing. Now over to 3 at the low post. He puts it up for two. No good. Cougars with the rebound.
Number 1, Jake Hoopengardner with the ball now, bringing it back down to the Cougars territory. Jake's going to run to the top of the key. Now the far wing, hand it off to Juno. Juno's going to run it off to Hooper Gardner going back to top of the key. Puts it up for three. Shot is good.
Knights now with the ball once again. 22 has it, bringing it down the court. He's looking around some options. Finds 5 at the 3-throw line. He goes into the lane. Tries to put it up for 2. No good. Cougars with the ball. He struggles to get hold of it and rolls out of the court. Knights calling some subs. And they will get it at the baseline. 21 now at the baseline for your Knights. Jaron Schmidt. He'll throw it out to number 3 at the far wing. Over to 21 at the top of the key and over to 5 at the far wing. He'll dribble it around and ends up at the top of the key. Now to the midcourt line. Over to 10 at the close wing. Over to 3 at the close corner. Back out to 10. Over to 5 at the far wing. Over to 21 at the top of the key. Over to 10 at the close wing. He'll run into the high post. Over to 5 at the far wing. Up to 21 at the top of the key. Back out to 5. Who pulled it up for 3. And it's in.
Riley Pauly throwing the ball over to Jake Hooper Gardner, making their way down to the Cougars side. Jake's going to make his way to the top of the key. Hand it off to Riley, also at the top of the key. Riley's going to run it in the high post, low post, puts it up for 2. Shot is no good. Ball is in the basket now.
Knights, number 5, bring it down the court. He'll dribble it to the top of the key and over to 21 at the far wing. Over to 3. Now over to 13 at the low post. Tries to put it out to 5. And a travel is called, I believe, on number 3. I'll turn over the ball to the Cougars.
The 3, Riley Pauly going to throw the ball in, though. Hayden Morrison back to Riley, making their way down to Cougar territory. Riley's going to make his way to the top of the key, going to dribble it around over to far wing. Going to low post. Go back out to Juno at far wing. Ball goes out of bounds due to number 10.
Knights number 10 tries to swat the ball from the Cougars. He ends up doing it, and it rolls out of the court.
Ball is thrown in to number 21, Logan Meyer. Back out to number 13, Lander Blackburn at top of the key. And there's a call on the court.
Be on number 23 for your Knights, Ethan Von Lindell. He'll get a hand check, or no, a hacking.
Timeout is called on the Cougars. Hole. Both teams return to the court and get ready to play for the remainder 2 minutes and 54 seconds. Number 3, Riley Pauly throwing the ball in over to number 15, Hayden Morrison. Going into. Ball goes over to Jake Hooper Gardner going in for 3. No good.
Knights with the rebound. Number 22 has it, bringing it down the center of the court. He'll go a little bit wide, but then comes back. No, to 21 at the close corner. He puts it up for 3, and it's good.
Hayden Morrison with the ball now, going back down to the Cougars side. Going into the top of the key, hand it off to Jake Hooper, also at top of the key. Going to throw it over to Easton, going into low post, puts it up for 2, no good.
Knights steal the ball. 22 has it, bringing it down the closer side of the court. He'll bring it down to the close wing. Now over to 21 at the close corner. Over to 5 at the low post. He puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Hayden Morrison with the ball now, going back down to Cougar territory. Going to hand it off to Easton Juneau at far corner. Throw it back over to Riley Pauly at high post. Low post, ball is blocked.
22 for your Victoria Knights. Brings it down, does the layup. Puts it up for 2, no good. 5 now with the rebound. Whistle is blown before he's able to get the ball up, though. The ball is turned over to the Cougars.
Number 3, Riley Pauly throwing the ball in over to Jake Hoopengarner, making their way down to Cougar territory yet again. Jake's going to find his options. Going to throw it over to Riley. Riley's going to make his way to the top of the key. Hand it off to Easton Juneau at the far wing. Going in over, intended for Riley Pauly at low post. Puts it up for 2. Shot is no good.
Number 3 for your Victoria Knights gets the rebound. Now over to 22, bringing it down the court. He'll dribble it down to the farther side. He'll go to the far wing, now to the high post. Now over to 21 at the close corner. He puts it up for 3, and it's good. 50 seconds remaining in the first half.
Jake Hoopengarner with the ball now, making his way down to Cougar side once again. Jake's going to throw it over to Hayden Morrison, a close wing. Hayden's going to make his way to the top of the key. High post now. Puts up at low post, puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Knights now with the ball. Number 5 has it, bringing it down the court. He'll bring it down to the close wing. 22 seconds left on the clock. Now over to 13. He'll go to the farther wing. Now to 22 at the top of the key. He'll back up a little bit to the mid-court line. He'll now go back in. He goes to high post. Now over to 21 at the close corner. Over to 5. 7 seconds left. He'll try to go to the low post. Try to put it up for 2. No good. Fight for the ball. 2 seconds on the clock. And Cougars will try to tuck the ball across the court to gain 2 points, but it's no good. At the end of the first half, your Victoria Knights will be at 29. Otis-Bison Cougars, 9. Knights returning to the game now. Back to the second half. 21 will start off with the ball at the sideline. Now over to 22. We'll dribble the ball down the court. Now over to 21 at the close wing. Now over to 3 at the top of the key. Now over to 21 at the close corner. He tries to put it up for 3. No good.
Riley Pauly with the ball now, bringing it back down to the other side. Going to bring it over to Hayden Morrison. Going to the top of the key, going to bring it over to high post. Ball goes out of bounds against the Knights, and it will remain with the Cougars. Jacob McGardner throwing the ball back in over to Riley Pauly on the other side of the court. Back over to Riley. Whoops, that was Hayden. Whoops. Back over to Riley and to the ground. Jump ball is called, and it will remain with the Cougars. Ball is thrown in by Jake over to Riley. Riley's going to head to the close wing, my bad. Going to go into low post, put up for 2. Shot is no good.
Nice. Get the ball back from the Cougars. 22 has it on the farther side of the court. He'll bring it over to number 5 at the close wing. He'll put it up for 3. Shot goes wide and ends up in the Cougars' hands.
Jake Hoopengarden with the ball now, going over to Riley Pauly. Going to bring it over to,
Stolen by the Knights. Number 5 will bring it down to the low post. He'll put it up for 2. Ball bounces off the rim a little bit, but is no good. Whistle is blown.
Ball's against number 11, Easton Juneau.
It will be a push against the Cougars. Number 5. For your Knights, Landon Schmidberger will be up for some free throws. His first one's up. It's off the back of the rim and no good. Landon's second free throw's up, and it's in the basket. Cougars now with the ball.
Hayden throwing the ball over to Jake, making their way down to the Cougar side. At a slow pace. Going to throw it over to Riley at the far wing. Going to throw it over back to Jake at close wing. Going to bring it over.
Stolen by number 13 from the Knights. He'll pass it over to 22 at the low post. He'll try to put up for 2. No good. 13 rebounds it again, and that'll be in the basket.
Jake with the ball. Going to throw it over to Riley. Bring it over to top of the key. Going to throw it back to Jake at far wing. Back to Riley at far close wing. Put it up for 3. No good.
Knights now with the ball, bringing it down the court. Now shooting it clear over to 21 at the close corner. Now over to up to 5 at the top of the key. He'll run it down the lane. Try to put it up for 2. No good. Cougars now with the ball.
Riley with the ball, running with some major speed. Puts it up for 2. No good. Call on the court.
It'll be on number 3, Seth, can't pronounce that last name right now. He'll be called for a block, and a timeout will be called. Both teams return to the court. Number 3 for your Otis-Bison Cougars up for some free throws.
Good. Riley Pauly puts up his first free throw, and it's no good. Riley puts up his second free throw, and it's no good. Easton Juneau with the rebound, puts it up for 2, no good.
Fight for the ball. Victoria Knights end up with it, though. 22 will be passing the ball down to number 5 at the far corner. Now over to 13 at the far wing. He'll put it up for 3, no good. Cougars with the rebound.
Riley Polly with the ball again, bringing it back down to the Cougar side with some speed. Going to hand off to Jake at close wing, put it up for 3. Ball is no good.
22 for your Victoria Knights will bring the ball down. Now over to 21 at the far corner. Now over to 22 at the far wing. Up to 3 at the close wing. Over to 21 at the midcourt line. Now over to 22 at the far wing. Up to 3 at the low post. He tries to put it up for 2. No good. Whistle's blown on the Cougars.
Number 13, Lander Blackburn.
Number 3 is up. Seth again for some 3 throws. Seth puts up his first 3 throw. It's off the back of the rim and it's good. Seth puts up his second 3 throw. It's off the rim again, and it's no good. Cougars with the rebound.
Jake with the ball, bringing it back down to the Cougar territory. Going to bring it on over to the far end, hand it off to Hayden at the far wing. Throw it back over to Riley at close wing. Bring it over and throw it in over to Blackburn at mid post. Back over to Easton, over to Riley, now over to Jake, over to Hayden at the far corner. Going at low post, put up for 2, and there's a call on the court.
It'll be on number 13 for your Victoria Knights. Quincy. Say Pickering. Interesting last name I cannot pronounce.
Ball is thrown in over to Riley Polly. Going to make his way over to low post. Call on the court. Blocking. Number 3 was caught blocking. Ball is thrown in over to number 15, Hayden Morrison. Going to throw it over to Riley Polly at close swing. Riley's going to make his way over to the close corner. Back to the close wing. Ball gets stolen.
Knights tip off the ball and 22 ends up with it. He'll do a layup. He tries to put it up for 2, no good. 3 tries to rebound it. No good again. Cougars now with the ball.
Riley Polly with the ball, bringing it back down to the other side with some major speed. Ball gets ripped from his hands.
22 now has it at the closer side of the court. He'll pass it over to 5 at the far wing. Over to 3 at the top of the key. Now over to 2 at the close wing. Now over to 21 in the lane. He tries to put it up for 2, no good.
Number 15, Hayden Morrison, making his way back down to the Cougar territory. Going to throw it over to Riley Polly at close wing. Close corner, my bad. Throw it over to Easton Juno. Back over to Jake. Over to number 15, Hayden Morrison at the far corner, going in the low post. Throw it back out to Easton Juno at close wing. Close corner, my bad. Puts it up for 3, and it's good.
Knights now with the ball. Number 22 has it. He'll bring it down the court. Now he ends up at the top of the key. He goes into the lane. He puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Number 1, Jake Gardner with the ball yet again, bringing it back down with some speed. Going to hand it off to Easton Juno. Going to throw it over to Hayden Morrison, top of the key. Back over to Riley at close corner. Hand it back off to Lander Blackburn. Almost goes out of bounds, but throws it over to Jake. Back over to Hayden, over to Easton, but it gets stolen.
Number 3 steals the ball from Easton Juno. Now over to 21. Back over to 5 now at the close wing. Up to 22 at the mid-court line. We'll dribble it around a little bit. Now at the top of the key, he'll go into the lane, tries to put it up for 2, and it's good.
Hayden throws the ball over to Jake, making their way back to the Cougars side. Jake's going to throw it over to Riley. Back over to Hayden at the close wing, over to Blackburn. Back over to Hayden, puts it up for 3, no good.
Knights now with the rebound. 22 has it on the farther side of the court. He'll go into the low post. Passing out to 21 at the close corner. He'll try to put it up for 2. That's no good. Shove is called.
2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock.
It'll be on, I think it was 15. Oh, no. Will Schreiber will be the one caught pushing.
Ball is thrown in over to Jake Gardner, making their way down to Cougar territory. Jake's going to make his way, throwing it over to Easton at the far corner, far wing. Back over to Hayden at close corner. Going at mid post, throw it over to Easton. Back over to Jake at top of the key. Back over to Hayden. Hayden's going to run in. Ball is
Number 5 steals the ball from Otis-Bison. He'll go up for a layup. Down at the low post, he tries to put it up for 2. Whistle's blowing.
Balls against number 1, Jake Gardner, holding. Oh, hand check, my bad.
21 will have the ball at the baseline. Over to 5 at the far low post, who tries to put up for 2, no good. Otis-Bison with the rebound.
Jake Gardner making his way back down to the Cougar territory. Going to throw it over to Easton Juno. Going to now throw it back over to Hayden Morrison, a close wing. Going to bring it back over to Jake at top of the key. Ball goes over to number 11, Easton Juno at low post. Puts it up for 2, no good. Ball goes out of bounds against the Knights, and it will remain with the Cougars. Ball thrown in over to Hayden. Now over to Easton. Back over to number 1, Jake, and ball is tipped off.
Number 1 tips the ball off of the Cougars' hands. He goes to the low post, tries to put up for 2. Number 5 tries to rebound it, no good. Fight for the ball, and a rebound is a jump ball is called. My bad.
It's 16 on the clock.
Number 21 will have the ball at the baseline. Jerron Schmidt. He passes it into number 1 at the close corner. He tries to put it up for 3, no good. Fight for the ball, and it's turned over to the Cougars.
Number 3, Riley Pauly throwing the ball in. Over to Jake Gardner, making their way down to Cougar territory yet again. Minute 5 on the clock. Jake's going to make his way around over to the close wing. And it looks like there's a little struggle for the ball.
Be on Cougars 21.
Logan Meyer, hand check.
Number 5 for your Victoria Knights will be bringing the ball down the court. He'll go to the far wing. Whistle is blown before he's got down there.
Call is on number 15, Hayden Morrison.
21 for your Knights will have it at the sideline. Looking for some options. Finds number 3. Fight for the ball. Jump ball will be called. And Otis-Bison will get the ball.
Ball turning over to Riley. Back to Jake, making their way down to Cougar territory. Jake's going to make his way. Going over to Hayden Morrison at the far wing. He's going to dribble around, throw it over to Jake at top of the key, now close wing. He'll make his way back to top of the key, throw it over to Riley at far wing. Riley's going to dribble around just a little bit. Go on in to low post. Struggle to get the ball out, and there's a call on the court. 23 on the clock.
It'll be against your Victoria Knights, number 3, Seth Schwinn.
Jake Gardner throwing the ball in for the Cougars. Throws it over to Logan Meyer. Throws it over to Hayden Morrison at high post. Over to Riley now. Also at high post, going to go in.
Stolen by number 3 off of his number 5, my bad. Off his fingertips. He'll try to run it down and put it up for 2, but he's blocked. And a shove will be called on the Cougars.
Number 15, Hayden Morrison was caught pushing.
Landon Schmidberger will now have some 3 throws at the line. This first one's up, and it's in. Landon's getting ready for his second free throw. He puts it up. Off the back of the rim and no good. Ball is knocked out of the court and will be turned over to the Cougars.
Jake throws it over to Riley. Back to Jake, making their way down to Cougar territory. Jake's going to make his way around, so throw it over to Hayden, put it up for three. Shot is no good, just barely missing. Score is Knights 38, Cougars 12.
.21 for your Victoria Knights will be on the sideline. And 22 will bring the ball down for their during the fourth quarter. Now over to 3 at the far wing. Now over to 10 at the top of the key. He'll be looking around, goes to the low post. Out to 3. He goes into the low post again. Tries to put up for 2, no good. Cougars with the rebound.
Logan Meyer gets it over to Jake Hubengardner, making their way down with some major haste. Throwing over to Riley Pauly now.
Stolen by number 22 for your Victoria Knights. He'll try to bring the ball down the court. It almost goes out. Victoria Knights recover the ball, though, and 10 will end up with it. He runs into the low post, tries to put it up for 2, and it's good.
Easton Juno throws it over to Jake Hubengardner, making their way down. Going to throw it over to Riley Pauly now. Back to Jake, top of the key, over to Easton Juno at close wing. Put it up for 2. No good. Ball goes out of bounds. Turnover to the Knights.
13 for your Knights will now have the ball at the baseline. And a timeout will be called by the Cougars. No. Okay, let me go get some napkins, and I will clean off that laptop.
Okay. I'll take care of the players then. Both teams return and get ready to play. Number 22, that is. Leo Schmilder running into the far side of the court. Going to throw it over to number 21, Jaron, at low post. Thank you. Thank you. Number 3, Riley Pauly with the ball now. Going to run it back down to the other side. Hit it off. Trying to find his options. Running off to Jake. Back over to Riley at the far wing. Put it up for 3. Shot is no good. Number 3 with the ball. Seth Schween running it back down. Handed it off to number 22. Leo. Puts it up for 3, and it's good. Back to the Cougars side, and it looks like there's a call on the court. Calls against number 11, Easton Juno.
Victoria Knights now bringing the ball back down the court. Number 22 has it. He's looking around to find some option. Goes to the far wing. Now over to 10 at the top of the key. He'll dribble in, goes into the lane, puts it up for 2, and it's good.
Landon Blackburn throws the ball over to Jake Gardner, making their way down to Cougar territory yet again. Ball goes over to Riley, puts it up for 3. Shot is no good. Ball hits the top of the backboard, and that is a call. Five minutes, 20 seconds, and running.
Number 22 bringing the ball down the court. He'll dribble it down, goes to the low post, tries to put it up for 2. Ball is knocked out of his hand, and it goes out of the court. And it will remain with Victoria. 21 now at the baseline. Up to 10 at the close corner. Almost not ready for it. He shoots for a 3, no good. 3 now with the rebound. He tries to put it up, no good. Victoria kind of runs into each other. And it runs out of the court again. And Victoria will call in their subs. Twelve now at the baseline, looking for some options. Finds number 1 at the far wing. He'll take it to the midcourt line. Now he'll go to the close wing, my bad. Now over to 15 at the top at the high post. Over to 12 at the far wing. Up to 23 at the low post. He tries to put it up for 2. He's caught for traveling though. And his basket will be no good. Turn over to the Cougars.
Ball's thrown in over to number 3, Riley Pauly, making their way down to the Cougar side. 4 minutes on the clock. Riley going to bring some speed. Going to throw it over to Juno. Back over to Riley. Going into low post area. And Riley steps out of bounds. Turnover to the Knights.
Knights bringing the ball back down the court. Number 12 has it. He'll dribble it down to the center of the court. At the top of the key. Now over to 15 at the high post. Back over to 12. He'll be at the close wing. Over to number 1 at the top of the key. He'll go to the high post. He'll try to put it up for 2, and it's good.
Number 1, Jacob Gardner throwing it over to number 11, Easton Juno. Back over to 13, Landon Blackburn put it up for 3. Shot is no good.
23 has it now. Over to 12 again. He'll dribble down to the farther side of the court. Now at the far wing. Now over to 1 at the low post. He'll put it up for 2. Goes over the rim. No good. Cougars now with the ball.
Easton throwing the ball over to Riley at low post. Puts it up for 2. Shot is no good. And there's a call on the court against the Knights.
It'll be against number 12 for the Knights, Wyatt Griffin. He'll be caught blocking.
Number 3, Riley Pauly will have the opportunity to get a point or 2 for the Cougars. First shot is up. No good. Riley's second shot is up, and it's no good. Turn over to the Knights.
.23 now at the baseline. Passing into number 12 for the Knights. He'll bring it down the court relatively slowly. He'll bring it to the top of the key now. Up to 45 now at the high post. Over to 12 at the low post. He'll try to put it up for 2. No good. Otis-Bison now calling in their subs. Number 12 now at the baseline for the Victoria Knights. He'll pass it into 45 at the low post. He'll try to put it up for 2, and a whistle is blown.
Number 5, Ian Azores got a arm check.
45 for your Victoria Knights puts up his first free throw. There's a Kyle Husser. Kyle puts up his second free throw. It goes around the rim a little bit, but it's out. Victoria Knights tried to rebound it, fight for the ball, and Otis-Bison ends up with it.
Kelson Juno with the ball now, making his way back down to the other side. Going to throw it over to Jake Hoopengartner. Little struggle for the ball. Kelson still with it. Bringing it back down to Jake over at the close corner. Put it up for three. Shot is no good.
12 now with the ball for the Knights. He'll bring it down the court. Looks like they will just burn out the remainder of the game. 13 seconds now on the clock. 20 has it at the close wing. 5 seconds now on the timer. 2, 1, and that will be the ball game. At the end of the fourth quarter, your Victoria Knights will have 48, Cougars 12.